Plan for the stream. Okay. Right. Or immediately I will change my socks because I realized I was walking outside for this, and why do I wear sweaty socks? I have many pairs to use, so immediate break. Okay. I put the camera further away. Now, if I want to show something with my hands, which I often do, it would be easier. Let me reset the... Okay. Firefox AI. I think this is good because I just kind of can click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's create stream 43. So the plan is, as is in the title, EA intro course week 2. I will try to do that and also improve. I will talk about improving productivity, continue where I left off yesterday. This time it's not going to be that much about theory, I hope, but rather practice. What was this? Link with tab. I'm sure there are so many features that I'm not using. Should I start with this actually first? Yes, I should start that. So it will be another way around, but that's fine. Will be life management. Yes. So improving productivity. I think I want to find the vision and start to go over this. There's too many cables. Okay. Dropped, that's good. Earlier today, now it's already 6 p.m. Earlier today, I continued developing my thinking, my overall attitude, mindset, life. Each development step needs its own getting used to. It is not easy pushing myself forward towards the unknown. And it's not the same as writing things down. Hey, this is what I want to do. When I actually do the change, because I have talked about that. But here I want to find out. So yes, those are just some rules that I have. Yes. Go through this quickly. The potential. Increase the brain's clock rate. Very interesting. Very interesting. More energy usage. Earlier today I met a new person that I had just a quick conversation, but I initiated a meeting because why not? And it was very intense, little over an hour, and I was very. Today I have felt great energy. I've been very happy. When I walked to the place, I was smiling and everything was great. And the conversation was great also. I tried to explain things very quickly. And that is the indicator of the vision, that why would I talk slowly? Requirements. I have never had that quick introduction to anyone, and we'll see how much we will collaborate, work together, meet again, talk like that. Okay, what I know, I'm trying to do too many things at once. First, let me go through this again, then I will go through other notes, whether there are something like merge with this. Scalability, yes. IRAC increase, very important. Priority cost control, yes. Access, very much like that. IRAC, life manage, work, one mode. That's just some thoughts about that. What will happen? Waiting for the next day. Definitely this I still lack. If I now think, do I have a sense what will happen after this? Okay, I know I have an idea what will happen today, but what about tomorrow? There will be the second week's meeting with the Effective Altruism Intro Program group. I'm waiting for that, and I will do the next week to read the material. But other than that, I haven't decided. But okay, wanting to go to sleep because of worse performance. Definitely this. I took a nap today as well, that I have done many days, or actually most days the past month. If I don't have a schedule, if I wake up, what I do is I start to develop myself. And at around noon, I often take a nap. And I try to time that for around an hour, but what has happened many times is I extend that. I don't want to wake up to that alarm. Now I will check the messages. real recap. Okay. Schedule. No, I don't. Yes, so I have taken a nap, but I know I don't need to, but it's because I have wanted to focus on just the most difficult developments, which has been to push myself towards the unknown. That's the difficult, and I explained that yesterday. But if I use the vision idea that if I start to get sleepy at some area, I can just switch to something else, which uses other side of the brain. Maybe I can take physical exercise break. So in the future, it shouldn't happen that often that I need to take naps. But yes, definitely that. This is the goal. Feeling I'm on top of my life. Okay, these two are very good. I realize this is in source mode. These 2 points are very much what I tried to advance today. That I shouldn't feel like there is something else I I need to do to take control. Because if I have that feeling, it means I'm not in control. I should feel peace that, hey, this is the ultimate control I already have of my own life that I want. And now I can just focus on setting the task, comparing them, which one do I want to do. And it's important to have that feeling, not just consciously, yeah, sure, I'm there. No, because the feeling, the subconscious feeling is different. If I have that, there is no need to even think about it anymore. It's just a fact. And I thought about whether there are people, or I tried to think about what is the limit. How far can I Okay, good. Good. Just setting up a meeting for tomorrow. Let's see. Tomorrow is what? 11th? 11th day. even after scaling my vision and my kind of sense of control, my mindset, I have noticed that I still most of the time work like I would do for someone else. I just set my own guardrails, my own frame, where I follow orders. And I was thinking about whether that is, or that always will be, that the self-control, even if I lead myself, even if I lead others, that in some way I'm just following also, that there isn't any difference, just I have set the goals. What I'm trying to say is, I was thinking whether there always will be this back and forth, that I kind of ask myself, do I want to do this? Or is there a version that I could build where I don't need to ask that I just do? But this feeling is super important, because otherwise I don't get peace about this. I would always feel that, hey, I don't want to settle. I need to see how far I can get. I have talked about this a lot, that if I just chose these projects that I'm currently doing, my life would be great, but I think at some point I would lose control. I would just continue this and then settle at something, that the social pressure, the responsibilities would kind of cage me in. And then I would notice at some point, hey, I'm not developing anymore. I want to keep that. And this it's interesting how in my mind there are so many acrobatics kind of, or no, it's not acrobatics. I think there's similar word or saying, mind acrobatics, happening when I think about this, that, or yeah, it's hard to describe how it feels to change my core thinking, core feelings. There is so much flexibility, so much kind of energy and strength there. If I would feel depression at that state, it's immediately gone, because I can just change my view so quickly. I'm so conscious, and this was interesting, creating this feeling. But because it's so easy, it also means I'm not that certain whether it's the correct one, whether it's the last decision, the best, yeah. But this I will continue doing. Let me go forward. I get stuck here almost already 26 minutes. Knowing what I wanted to think about if I had the time, even 10 seconds. Yes, that's the goal. What will happen? I want to use Iraq to see the bigger picture. I am in the development of changing the scheduling mindset to be or something I am waiting for, I'm happy to do. Still, I do feel negatively about it to some degree. It should be nice that, hey, let's open Iraq, let's think about my life, let's plan. I don't want it to feel like a burden, that it still is. Why is it a burden? Because I'm so close to the edge that where I develop. It's like I'm doing construction work. Of course, it leaves noise. It doesn't feel that it's finished or I should even work there close to it. Yes, definitely. More productive, energetic. This is the continuous development idea I have stressed many times. I don't want to just start doing. I want to keep the development with my life, whatever I choose. That's the scalability requirements. Constantly making boring work exciting. This I'm very good at already. Don't need to go too much there. Keep going after every step back. I don't face step back that much, but this still happens. And it happens because I'm not fully ready to take everything. I still have baggage. I haven't started to sell or give away my stuff that's laying around my floor. I haven't gone through the notes, so I still do face or go into situation unprepared, kind of on my own thoughts without realizing what I'm doing. I will find the balance of the greatest output and value by switching between selected different type of work. That was the wanting to sleep. It was similar to that. I'm able to quickly switch between ideas and choose where to focus on. That's the one mode idea. Very interesting. I know what my target is easily. Yes, that's that will happen when I constantly evaluate what I choose to do, what was the output, and then I have I have too many things I want to do. Then it's quite easy to or in that situation I can use the natural sense I have that, hey, I need to do this. Okay, good. Most of the time in my life when I'm not doing anything, it's not because I wouldn't have anything to do, but rather I'm not thinking about my options. I'm very good at not feeling stress about homework because I'm not aware of it. I don't remember I have had those. Or I'm very good at avoiding the topic. So that will happen. I will naturally start doing from planning. Stopping this session is fine. So that's important. I yap too much. The idea is, even if I continue, I am now just kind of planning. I'm rambling about not doing. The idea is it's going to continue, but more and more I am doing. So I want to finish this quickly. And this will happen more and more as the further I go with this. Maybe daily streams and being productive from the morning to the evening. So whole day of working. When that will start rolling more, then I am naturally planning less. Many times, or most of my life, I have planned and then I didn't get to the action part. Then after a few weeks, I would start planning again. So I haven't been able to work before plan, and I haven't been able to get from the plan to work. I'm able to change the speed of my thoughts. That's very, very interesting. I will come back to that maybe. What will my life look like from now on? When I wake up, during the day, during the evening? That I will be focusing on as well. Just looking at this to the end. Helper of humanity, help anyone personally if I have the time. That was kind of what I did today. Very, very exciting. I'm very excited about that conversation. It was just what I'm looking for. That we went to a cafe. We had great conversation. We exchanged numbers, and I'm possibly meeting him again, and we can maybe collaborate, have another talk. He said there would be a person maybe I would be interested to meet also. So networking, that's great. That's exactly what I want to do. I would like to do this daily with many people. So meeting new people, great. And it really is the case. I'm not just saying that everyone is my friend. When I went to the table, it was kind of awkward at first. I haven't done that many times, but why was it awkward is because I wouldn't require kind of a formal get to know each other process. I could just immediately go, hey, what do you do in your life? Or how is your life going? So I sort of stumbled my words there, but yes, that's because I already thought of him as a friend, and especially in the end, like, of course we're friends. Or yeah, there wasn't at any point any change of how I treated him. Help shape the world to become better. That's not a good sentence. People. Okay, the vision, maybe that was still this. We didn't create anything new. He gave me ideas, I gave him ideas probably, but it wasn't that I was personally helping them maybe, but to some degree it was. We help each other by, as I said, give ideas, but also share energy, share visions and so on. That every time I talk about my goals, get feedback. It's validation for my vision. He was skeptic about democracy. If it can be improved, that's fine. It's an indicator. Okay, there are people like that, of course. I know a lot of pessimistic people, but it is very old philosophy or advice that you don't have to be pessimistic. It's a choice. It really is. The brain, how it works, you can change your attitude. I don't care about whether this is impossible. I would do it even if anyone said it's impossible, because how would they know? Why would I trust their word? There's always something that can be done. Maybe there could be some catastrophe that no one expected, and then at that time, during the chaos, new system could arise. I don't know, but just as an example that anything can happen. Projects, the vision, yes, definitely. Navigating the reality. What? Navigating the reality. Okay, so that means being realistic. Yes, okay. Now I understood what I wrote before. So this means not building my own little bubble, but actively breaking it, seeing life from others' perspective, like that meeting. He had different views. That's fine. That's good. I don't want to build my own reality and just keep or stay there. It's the same as I don't want to collect my own physical is the word. Wait. Belongings. Maybe. Property. Assets is good. Possession. Yeah, possessions. That the same goes to my mind. That I have very little need to have very strong opinions. Why would I have them? I'm just someone who doesn't really care. My philosophy is very simple, but very wide. That it contains every religion and everything that other people have built as their philosophies and worldviews. At least I haven't come across to anything that goes beyond nothing, goes beyond death, that they can prove. So the meaning was that I'm very welcoming to take other people's philosophies and mindsets, mind words into my own way of, or it's like I'm this empty program that I can invite or load someone else's view, life, and then use or yeah, look from that point of view. IRAC, that's, as I have many times said, it represents thinking capabilities. It's not just this concept, thought structure. It's not about the visuals, but it represents the whole self-development that that I do regarding thinking. Stream, I'm gonna take pause and just not do anything. Definitely. What if I lose all the videos? I don't care, even though I have documented. So if YouTube, Google for some reason would delete my videos, I hope they would first let me know, hey, we will delete your videos next week. You don't have any views. Or any views, you don't have any followers. We will just delete. And because I do stream quite detailed, so this is 1440p and 10 megabytes or 10,000 kilobits per second bandwidth. I have done 100 hours worth of videos. I assume this will be over a terabyte, maybe, or at least hundreds of gigabytes already in YouTube or Google's servers. So if they will delete, I understand that, but I would like to download the most important ones for me that are extension to my private vlogs, that are just the documentation. Most of the stuff that I have discussed on stream have been on my previous thoughts, so they're already stored somewhere. But yeah, should I do more of these streams? Yes. Can I do stuff on stream that I can't show? What if I do something for 2 hours that I can't show? Okay, I'm not going to do that, at least yet, but maybe in the future. I can always wait for someone to come and reason why I shouldn't do this. Yes. Sue me. Why do I stream? Document, sharing my thoughts and work, leave space where anyone could come and say hi. The barrier for anyone to open this, hey, what did I do, should be minimum. And I will make a quick break. Oh. Virtual desktop disconnected. Do I need to restart this? Because I keep the headset on all the time. Sometimes the memory, I guess, get corrupted. Disney Plus. Okay, I'm back. The goal now is to, well, improve my productivity. One way is to talk about setting goals, which is crazy that I haven't done before. So goals for the day, and not just, hey, I want to do this for this amount. Not just schedule the day with productive work, but see the value I will create. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter if I have a conversation with someone, if I go to some forums, read, if I read a book. It's about what I get from that day. What will I learn if I code for 10 hours? Let me see. Where was the managing there? Life management. Set goals for each day. Set weekly goals, monthly, quarter, wait. Yearly. Maybe it's not needed for that long, but I should always have a roadmap. Do I have that now? No. I have no idea what I want to do next month. And it's understandable because I'm still looking for the projects. I'm still just gaining control, but before, or I have to this point, if I have asked myself to do some demanding decision, or hey, think about the gamifying politics project. How important is this for my life? I haven't been able to answer that question. Okay, I will figure it out later. All those situations, they shouldn't happen anymore because of this. That I want to feel that there isn't any question, no matter how philosophical, how political, how deep, how difficult. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to look away. So goals, that's one. It takes too much space. Let me do this instead. That's better. Timer. Can I use timer? For this session, it's fine. I don't need timer, but I will set the timer for this. Let's say an hour. I don't want to spend any more time for this. Just first get a quick glance how much there is material, and then spend 1 hour. Tomorrow I don't have any schedule before the meeting. It will happen at the same time at 5 p.m. I will do another one of these, maybe half an hour. Let's see. I will see how far I can get with 1 hour. But yes, that will happen. Of course, I have the timer stuff already. Current topic timer. So it's not a new concept. But before I go there, I want to, what is this? Application plan. If I have time for that, continuing that today maybe. Business plan, what is this? Okay, yeah. First, I want to go over the notes quickly. I feel that there could be some notes related to this bigger vision development plan. Okay. Yummy. Organizing notes, drawing. That's good. League of Legends, as I said, I have pretty much decided not to do. Why is it life management? Sure. Skills and knowledge, intense thinking, Yes. Tempo, go forward. I don't know why it's there. What does it mean? Communication fluency, word to word. Ways to improve communication. That is not very high in the to-do. I will set some priority system here. Speed reading, mobile app, school the table. Sure. Chinese mobile app, learn random stuff, song. Okay. Learn how to study. Choose a book and start reading. Learn how to study. Not important. I know how to study. I'm actively doing it. So specify. Choose a book and start reading. No. Wait. Drawing output. Maybe I will keep this. Follow news, Finnish news, EU politics, global politics, economics, startup stocks, crypto, global, AI, web dev, security, 2D, 3D, video, audio creation, devices, XR, robots, mobile, war, China, India, RSS, aim to know about future events, YouTube, algorithm channels. Sure. Drawing, this goes under skills. Why is it here? No. Wait. What is this? So I have output, general information, and then my skills. Why do I have my skills as output? Great pitch from me, one sentence. Pitch about me. That goes to communication. Maybe. Need to have unnecessary empty rows. My look, physical appearance, clothing style. This is in output. Not good. Gestures, posture, eye contact, movement. Don't care. Website, front page, WMO, contact page, portfolio, video page. Explain categories. YouTube videos, introduction, pretty sketch. Okay. Instagram, social media. Give me find politics. Looking opportunities, my own business. Life, work, community. I'm not gonna touch this. It's fine. I can use some of these like news. But I will do the to-do scheduling completely in my mind. This is not necessary. But it's good to go back and see what I have done. Music, Linux notes, life. What's this? What is this? Huh? Okay, that I could use for LinkedIn post, but it doesn't just have something I can use. Life rework. Okay, let's just be on history. Don't have that. Learn software from personal. TikTok channels, search engines, show overview of learning journey. So this does have different software skills and the roadmap how to become an expert, maybe how to study this. Like, I have never studied Rust. What is the, does it say learn C? Requirements, syntax. So I don't need to learn C, is that correct? Anyways. Self-hosting. Video platforms. Okay. Thoughts, too much thoughts, feeling. What? This I have written at some point to go over properly later, but now when I look at this, too many thoughts, feeling, don't know what that means. Delete them. And going thoughts, pressure to continue. Going thoughts, pressure to continue, difficult going, doing the process. So I get stuck on some thought processes. A difficulty, I guess, doing the process, how to think. Sure. But it's not happening anymore. At least I can't get hang of this idea. Too much pressure to think, start acting, compared to everyone else at once. Stupid thought. I wrote this probably a few months ago. So of course I'm already changed. My thoughts lead to daydreaming. Oh shit. Because of difficulties to concentrate, I tend to give up. What even are these? Okay. How much can I even change? I use masking whenever I like something. I go into it fully, becoming blind to everything else. Manager, leader role. How much can I even change? A lot. I didn't know at that time. Very empty feeling after I feel like accomplishing something. Waiting for pressure to raise energy to come odd. Yes. The ability to control my feelings is very odd. That I allow myself to get depressed. But I have built this confidence, certainty that I can just, with a flick of a switch, become excited, become happy. So the mind arithmetics, I think that was the saying. Mind mental arithmetics. Like mental arithmetics. But yes, this is also, or has been, when I do some change, remove some aspect of my life, and then when I would automatically go there later, I realized, hey, I can't. So it feels emptier. And this is also the same idea that in life, if the goals are to reach some point or reach some state, it never fulfills. Then you want something else. I guess that was the main point here. Women as leaders, theses, PC specs. Why are these three PC specs? What is this even? Thesis, not important. Women as leaders. That is very clear. If the goal is peace, that women should be, or more women should be leaders. Of course, the merit should be the number one qualification, but most of the time I think women have a better merit to create more peaceful society. But of course men can also be good, at least I hope so. And I say that as a man. Women as leaders. Do I need this somewhere? No, I'm just going through this, whether there are some interesting ideas from the past to add to the vision or to the productivity improve. these are some technical stuff I'm not going to go through now. Azure, probably I asked AI some question and it gave me answers. That's fine to think. Think more before deciding making action. No shit. I can't live productively if I rely on control mindset only. I need to create a new mindless mindset. What? The general canvas could be integrated into IRAC. Do I mean general mind canvas? Or do I mean the large canvas that I have here? I think I mean now I'm kind of confused. Is this about IRAC development? Okay, even if I thought something else, it's not really, yeah. I don't need this anymore. I can't live productively if I rely on mindset only. If I rely on control mindset only. The mindset I'm looking for, I have vision twice. The mindset that I'm looking for creating is not control. Or the control part is self-evident. But because I have, or the getting to the control has been difficult, finding that inner leader, making decisions. That's difficult because it raises so many questions that I haven't wanted to think before, but now I can. So it shouldn't, or it's not going to be difficult. Need to create a new mindless mindset. What did I mean by this? Need to create a new mindless mindset. Of course, when I wrote this, I thought I would go over them sooner and not leave them to dust for months. Need to create a new mindless mindset. I'm pretty sure it's not relevant anymore. I just don't do anything with this. I think more before deciding making action. That I have known for years that I'm not thinking ahead before I say. Sexuality, how someone is gay. To think. Sexuality is very interesting topic on itself. How is someone gay? It's interesting because it's so decisive. It's decisive. Probably not. Decisive. Dividing topic, maybe. That in some cultures it's fine. In Islam, it's not. in some countries like I think Iran, Russia, maybe you can get killed or executed for doing this, so it's a crime. Why? I don't think it is said in the Bible directly that this is a crime and that person should be dead. And I'm not sure about the Quran. But sexuality is very, very interesting. It's very close to genders and liberal mindsets. So, and one big reason why some people choose conservatism over liberalism, because sexuality and yeah, the human norm, social norm, how we interact, how we want to be seen, so much is driven by sex. We are looking for partner, we are trying to be seen as suitable partners so much subconsciously that it's crazy how many necessities there are in this world. Not many, and one of them is sex. But no, I will think about that another time. It's not very important for me. It's just one aspect of democratic decisions system, how to what system or what stance on sexuality would be for everyone. That how much Quran allows this, I don't know how open people are to change. And then yeah, what is the biological science behind this? If someone is exposed to gays, the ideas of LGBTQ work, how much it increases the likelihood that they will adapt some not the usual two-sex choices, is that they would adopt something else. I haven't been that interested in this matter, but it is important. In the States, American flag is often used for conservatism and rainbow flag for liberatism. Are liberals combining American flags and rainbows enough to get the right message? What is the right message? Here, I don't really care what people choose. If most people are against gays, then if most humans are naturally deep down against something, I'm okay with that, if it doesn't mean that people are killed. So I want to see the world, live in a world where everyone can live there. So if it's really biological urge to not be exposed to gay ideas, then it's not like those, or it's the fault of those people. Same goes for murder, I think. But see, here I was just thinking about how the liberals in America, in the United States, what is their marketing of the movements or left side liberatism. Okay, provider and helper role feels good. Okay, paying people to think and answer properly to questions. What constantly do I rely on? Shouldn't I become my own constant that people could possibly use? This was an old idea, old thought. I have created this the last 2 months. I was at this point, I was still not aware how much I can develop myself, the inner leader. Is that possible? So this was just some random thought. And what is the constant? If I think about this moment and 10 years from now, will them control the source of my plans, my decisions? Will that change? If the constant is me, if I own the constant, it won't change. But if I rely on some snapshot of this world that I'm currently exposed to, then it might change like 5 years. It's fine. I don't need to have my own, or people don't need to have their own constant. Many don't, but I have found this, so I don't think it's necessary anymore. Provider and helper role feels good. I think I can delete this as well. Provider and helper role. I guess a year ago, I felt more, or realized this more, that just considering myself, hey, I'm a provider and helper, felt right. Even if I didn't have any experience in providing. Urantia, just heard about this. That's some philosophical idea, set of ideas, community. I haven't researched any deeper. Masking, understand, overview. Masking, understand, overview. Phases start from 1. Importance not clear. Script acting. What? Can I say doing nothing is life well spent? Okay, masking, sure. Understand, overview. Bigger view, I guess. Or whole view. Phases start from 1. Importance not clear. Script acting. Well, this is some... Yeah, this is some decrypt here. Some code. What did I mean? Masking, understand, overview, phases from... Okay. I will just delete this. Many of these just thoughts of that time and not important. I'm gonna say nothing. Doing nothing is life well spent. Boring. Stressing out work or driving because I think about needing to constantly control everything. Stressing out work or driving because I think about needing to consciously control everything. Yeah, the answer is to change the subconscious. But I guess I wrote this because I still I'm not sure why I wrote this. Even experience doesn't help because I don't trust subconsciousness even though I should. This was before I developed or I asked deeper questions. What is the trust? How do I trust that I will be conscious again? How can I start working on something and trust that I will continue that in the future? But not important. Donate to free file sync. This is about creating a donation list of services I have used or I'm using or I have used in the past that in the future, if I get money, that, hey, I would like to donate 100 euros to Wikipedia for using it for years. So it has helped me. What do I think about XR future metaverse? Should I help build the metaverse to make it better? And that's a good question. But I will leave it for now. I will go through all of this again and put them to their all or right locations, but before I have cleared the directory first, I don't want to start putting more files there. How to add extra information live for those not understanding the topic well or just making sure everyone are on the same page. That's about the message, how to effectively give that. Not important now. Is it better to teach only a small section than everything if the person wouldn't? Okay. That's that. Let's see. So from personal FFmpeg English, intro course, draw, computer science, algorithms, web, general tools, self-development. What is this? How I stream. I have too much. It's fine. Focus less on talking, not talking, but teaching. Self-development notes. How I learn. I don't have a clear enough goal when trying to learn. Go too deep into the topic without coming back. I lose control. These are exactly what I'm now focusing on. So let's see if there are some interesting ideas here. What to change? Instead of focusing primarily on the topic itself, focus on the control. No. Just set the right kind of goals that I have here. Goals for each day, weekly goals. But at this point, I was still thinking about the sessions themselves, the tasks. But that's not the real question. The real question is, why would I do some tasks? What does it help? So start start connecting the tasks I do, what I spend my time on, to the long-term goal, then sub-goals immediately arise. The helper of humanity is a sub-goal of what I want to read, what I want to do. So if there wasn't any need to or make the world more democratic, I wouldn't do the helper of humanity change. So that's not a large plan, goal. Okay, maybe I instead of focusing primarily on the topic itself, focus on the control. Okay, I understood this wrong. But anyways, when I wrote this, I didn't think large enough. Sub-goals first glance, ask questions. How do I reach the goal? Should I use some other source tool? Feynman technique. Mindset from doing the minimum to doing what I want. Minimum, killing time. Who, what I'm waiting. I'm waiting to die. Wait, what? Mindset from doing the minimum to doing what I want. What am I waiting for? I'm waiting to die. Okay, yeah, sure. So this is the one of the core elements of my philosophy, where I get my energy. That I'm basically just waiting until I die. And before that happens, I can't know that. I'm too bored to just wait. And I have zero motivation to speed run my life. None whatsoever. Never had. Never will. This is not needed anymore. So at this point, I had more problems getting motivation. So the minimum mindset is that I don't need to push myself, seek for that motivation, because it will come eventually. But what at this point I didn't realize that I can create my meaning. I can create sort of an illusion of the meaning and illusion of wanting to do more, having or being excited, having goals. I can build on top of zero meaning state. But it's still on the core, it's this idea. Okay, Irak. The visual imaginary structure inside my head that I use to build knowledge to easier create higher level thoughts and to remember better. Yes. I forget to use it. Using it requires consciousness, how much energy it consumes. For example, in 10 minutes, create a speech. Okay. Is there any reason ever not to open use it? I will feel tired. This is just because I'm used to, my brain is used to activate a signal that says, hey, I'm tired. I'm doing something difficult, and it signals other part of my brain, hey, this guy is tired. Make him tired, make him want to end this, go to bed. But I can overwrite that coding by switching the topics. I feel tired because I might just concentrate on concentrating, or trying to be conscious just for the sake of being conscious. That is tiring. That's an endless loop. Brain notices. So if I have a goal, I want to think about this, I feel that I want that, then it's not tiring. Make it easier to use, maybe. What self-development notes? What could be a reason to use it? AI, how do I use AI currently? Not important. And I guess that's it. Yes. Might have forgotten some things. So it's pretty much vision and to do. I spent 40 minutes extra on this. Not good. I would say that right now the goal is to start setting daily goals, weekly goals, but I don't have to push myself. No need to make decisions, because it is already happening naturally. I can fully relax knowing I'm not going to relapse on entertainment. I don't feel it. So going straight away for this, so for right now the goal is to be able to do this, set goals for each day. I have around 4 hours until I will end today. What are my goals? I'm trying to use IRAC. So what are my goals? 4 hours to spend. 1 hour goes to EA, and subconsciously, if I think about this, I'm not excited. I subconsciously feel that this is a task, homework, but do I think my life work when I think about this? Spending an hour for this? No, that's a problem. So let's use this as an example. EA. Why do I do this? It's required, okay. Why am I in the intro program? To test how this community at least gets new members. What's the process? This will introduce me to new ideas. So I should do notes. Maybe I did. Wait, let me see. Okay, I did make notes. I now remember, did it make enough? So this time, just getting that value. But as I said, subconsciously, I didn't consider it. That, hey, before I start doing this, maybe I should already have a feeling, why is it important? Because if I did have that, I wouldn't even need to force myself into this mindset, control mindset, leading mindset. And I wouldn't even need to schedule it like this. And now let's think about the process. Where did things go wrong? When was the point where I should have set the mindset for this whole program, each of these exercises? Before or when I applied, when I got to know, hey, this program starts, I would think about the value there and think about whether it's something I want to spend a few hours a week. Is that gonna improve my chances of helping humanity? Right now, it's not just about this intro course that I will get out of this. It's also a way to improve my working habits, my working skills. That can I focus on some idea, some concept, can I read a lot of data, staying focused, use IRAC. So it doesn't matter right now, it doesn't matter what I concentrate, what information I get, because there is always something I can do to improve myself. But let's change this. It's still the subconsciousness hasn't changed. So let's change the feeling quickly. Am I excited? No. Why haven't I excited about this? Well, one benefit is the networking. Where is it? There. Definitely this is one benefit. Learn if there's something I don't know about. Also, yeah, validating my knowledge. There might be something that changes my plans. Knowledge of this program. How is a new member introduced? As I mentioned, a lot of reading, it's mandatory. Some notes about that. An opportunity to develop. Okay, and yeah, so does this now make me excited? I don't know. It's very evident that I'm these days still focusing on self-development, focusing on internal control mindset. So start to do something, schedule. I have done that in the past, but now I need to start it again and become familiar with the mindset. Let me change this quickly without talking. It doesn't help. Yes, the homework feeling is very strong. I notice on my subconsciousness is the feeling that this is just a practice. So I don't see this as the real deal. I don't need to wear this. Maybe it's also good to take breaks from wearing it. Okay, changing my mindset. First, let's change. So this is not just practice. It's real deal. That answers new doors. And I feel that, hey, now there is some unknowns here that previously I had just considered this, hey, it's mandatory. I have already built up habit, process, how to think about this in because of years of studying, going to school. So I automatically, my mind thought this similarly, that hey, it's just another course, I have homework. But now if I take this next to gamifying politics, next to my bigger life visions, I realize, hey, I need to initialize this again. So what is it? What is the type of this? What is the type of this project? Okay, so the unknowns. Let's connect this to my bigger or helping humanity goal. How does this help? Can I find excitement? Usual resistance. There is, at least in my brain, there is a mechanism which kind of veto concept that the brain can, for a little time, it has this one-time use that it can restrict myself from developing or even touching this matter. It can say, no, you are not gonna start analyzing this any further. And because it stays there for some time in the past, I haven't been able to focus on it more enough, or enough that it would go away and I would be able to get into this. But yeah, just wanted to mention that. Trying again. Maybe now I can get inside. I feel that more than this, I would like to start working my own visions. That I prioritize them over this. But why can't I do this both? That's the old way. Yeah, that's the old way of thinking, that I need to choose one. No. So if I expand that, if I change that idea of having room for many different angles at the same time. It is something new, so it's not something I can just use. I sense the arguments that, hey, I'm too tired to work on this at this hour, but no, I'm not. So weird having those familiar signals trying to get me from changing myself. It doesn't make any sense, so but they still try. Like, what's the negative about trying? Okay, I get one step further in that idea of being able to do many things alongside each other in my life. I have time for them, and that one mode mindset idea enables it. Okay, interesting. I get the feeling that I'm not ready for this. Why wouldn't I be ready? Why do I have that feeling? Now when I think about tomorrow's session, it feels raging. It doesn't feel that I'm fully comfortable with the idea. Why? It feels weird because I sense that I haven't felt this that much. But okay, if it's there, it's there. There's no need to well, because it's there, I should confront it. It doesn't matter why, but I was a bit surprised to feel that. Okay. So the goal here is to get excited about this and feel that it really is something I consciously want and helps my plans Little reset. I wasn't thinking about it, but yeah, the process takes time, especially if my mind constantly tries to say that I'm tired, which is not fully wrong. Okay. Being excited about this. Program includes so much stuff that is or that are in my vision. So it should be clear that of course I want this. It's not. Okay, one reason for one reason why it's not just happening, why I can't change my mind quickly about this mindset, is I haven't thought beyond that. What this program, what the homework entails is learning new information. I haven't started to read any philosophy. I haven't started following news. I haven't started doing the research. But here I need to do that. So because I haven't decided on that matter, automatically I can't become comfortable around this program because it entails something that something bigger. And if I ask myself what's after this, that's the unknown. It can't be unknown if I want to be comfortable here. So that's why I don't see this as part of my plan or part of my path, but rather a goal, the end goal. That's reaching. So I need to change the mindset by thinking about getting new information. I have been focusing on getting rid or the productivity, which this session is still about improving that. I have been focusing on IRAC, the methods, the scheduling, controlling what I do, but not the value, the reason or the content itself. Okay, let's think about that. So the content. Am I ready to receive information? IRAC usage is still ongoing. My note system is in progress. But am I ready? I'm now taking the final steps to scheduling. And I haven't even thought about the information yet. Now, even for me, it feels odd that during the last half a year, I've done so much development, but I don't think I have even touched the information yet. It has just been the tools, the mindset. Yeah. But let's think about the information. What am I after? I have a goal. I want to help humanity because there is nothing else to do. Nothing else is as interesting because helping humanity is, or it consists every aspect of life, every people, every person, the future of humanity, the history, everything. In this path, I get to experience fully the world from all angles. That's the perfect life for an observer, which I am. I get to make things better. I get to see people happier, which is just the biggest joy. And I get to live happily as well. The information. I don't like facts. I still think that facts are not for me. Remembering some year, not important. If the year is not like in the end of World War II, that's important if I need to, or I want to think, hey, this happened, then this happened, then this happened, or okay, these two things happened at the same time. But remembering some philosophers' date of birth, not important. Even the terms, I don't really care if I can use the correct philosophical terms. I feel that if I add my input to some matter, I would just alienate more than half the people if I use some fancy term. Of course, in professional conversation where everyone knows the terms, yes, but I see myself doing a lot of work with normal people. I haven't studied that much everything. Using my current level of vocabulary, communication is enough already in itself. Refining the message, sure. I still yap too much. I spend too much getting to the topic, to the point, but vocabulary itself. So that represents the facts that when I read those material, I will still continue expanding my vocabulary, in general, getting information. Filtering more is important, I think. My brain, at this current way, when I read or receive new information, my brain tries to remember too much. And then I get to a point where I get a feeling, hey, I have maxed out today's capacity to learn new things. And I'm like, why did you try to remember then? I didn't ask to remember this stuff. And I can overcome that by switching the topic, change the area that I use from the brain. But yes, that's around the information. How much can I learn? What do I do with that information? If I now ask myself, I'm ready to receive, I want to know, my subconsciousness answers no. I will take a break. reading some group chat about high level stuff about AI and meta crisis. I haven't touched that. I don't know. It's there. I'm using Boo dating and friending app. Listen to love. Okay, sure. There are a lot of people from Indonesia. Most people have just their common hobbies and daily routines and want job, want kids. That's not for me. Okay. Am I ready for information? What my vision says, that of course, the more information, the better. So what is the information for? It's for making better life decisions. So what to focus on, and then make better solutions. That's pretty much it. And of course, personal information, that not important for me. Names are there to differentiate people in a group setting, not needed in one-on-one conversation. Personal facts, someone likes this, someone likes that, someone dislikes this. I'm not interested to remember that, at least. Of course, in a conversation, yes, sure, that's the experience that I get to know you, but I might ask the same question over and over again every time we meet, because it's just many personal manners are just, it's a hobby to get to know someone. In ways that don't matter for my work. And I already have many close people. I will prioritize them, their information, over new ones at least. I don't know if I have mentioned this on stream, but for my whole life, my brain has liked to filter everything. So by default, I don't want to know anything. Brain just wants to do the minimum. So filters by default everything out. Everything but the problems. If there is a problem, if I sense that, hey, that's not correct, then my mind picks it up. It's not everything. Math, there are some areas that are just more interesting. But in general, kind of everything. Now it should be the opposite. If I could remember everything, yes, please. But it's not going to happen. But I can change what I will get from information. That instead of focusing on facts and trying to remember everything, I will actively seek to expand my understanding. That might be a feeling. It doesn't have to be the exact way the information came, but rather, or the feeling is already something I get, but more so if I read something, I already expand my knowledge, but it's not usable. It's reacting. I talked about this last week when I started that week 1 curriculum. There was the producer mindset. Okay, this idea that something is not, I'm not ready to tackle this issue because I have something more important to do. That's very common. That has been very common in my life. And it's happening here as well. If I think about, do I want to remember? My mind answers, that's not the question I should ask. That's not the area I should be focusing on. First, where do I even need information? And that's an example of what has been happening this whole time during this development, that there is an order of which I have developed myself. Most of the time, it's just an excuse that my mind tries to avoid thinking at all cost, changing at all cost, tries to argue against something and provide another alternative. I have chosen that. Okay, information. I get, when I now thought about this again, set my focus there, I sensed how am I even thinking about this before finishing the tools, the IRAC usage, the life control, the bigger vision. But that's done already. Or I should be at the point where it's finished. I can start gathering information. It's one thing to say, it's one thing to realize it consciously, and another to change the subconscious to agree. Just checking that stream is still on. Being ready to receive information. And not just ready to receive it, but actively seek information. That, hey, give me all the data. What's missing? What? Am I ready for this? Give me all the data. And yes, one argument is that I want to use IROC to gather the data, to handle it, but it's always an option to not receive it at all, or just taking it in and forgetting it immediately. The river is endless. It's just, I only need to be able to stand or stay standing while the river hits, while I open the gates. The data flow starts. It's important to not try to take too much. And yeah. But if this was a dam, river example, and I am on the side where there is no water, I'm not taking the data in because I'm preparing for it. The idea is that if I open the gates too soon, I can't stop it easily. And when the water flows, if I'm not ready to take anything in, I can't develop myself anymore. That's it. The river dam is open and it takes a lot of time to, or I would need to pause everything to close it again. So I can't develop this further, or I need to be ready to take the data in and be able to develop myself further, to receive more of it. It's the settling idea, that I don't want to settle. I need to always have some time and energy to keep developing further. Do I want to receive the data? Automatically I went this with the wrong mindset, that now the only thing I need to do is receive data. No, I can just not take it at all. Take a break, but actively seek now data. Oh, this is now, yeah, this is good progress. Until now, I have continued my life, do the tasks that I'm used to, I have a habit of doing at this current state. Managed by my environment, and then of course use that data that I gather from those tasks. But I don't have that active mindset. I don't see any reason why I can't start actively seeking it. So take control. I wonder how this yapping would sound someone else. I'm now just thinking aloud my own thoughts. It's very well possible that no one will grasp this mind flow or thought flow. As there is no need. That's not the purpose. That's not the point. Am I ready to receive, or no, am I ready to actively seek data and receive it, of course? To make better decisions. And that's a key here. Do the decisions based on the data. Yesterday I didn't have that. Or 2 days ago. But now I do. I'm already at the stage where the idea of comparing different elements of my life, areas, tasks, with each other is in the tools. It's available. And really thinking about the height of my control, what I can achieve, there isn't really any higher. That's it. That's the ultimate control. Controlling how I spend my time. And of course, developing myself, like I talked about, that vertical development. Spending my time more efficiently. But that's it. There's no other reason to control. So I can rest when I have that ability. It's another thing to consider how much I control and not the environment controls me. I don't care about that. It's not necessary for my life from my philosophy point. This whole life, human life, is just manipulation. And I'm aware of it, but I'm fine with it. I'm manipulating as well, or influencing, changing. Let's go back to that data. So What does it mean? Okay, good. I sense that I got few steps forward with that. But the question, how do I use the data, the information? It's not evident. It needs to be subconsciously that I know what I'm using it for. I just got a feeling, it's too difficult. All the solutions. It would be nice to just go with the plan I already created in the past. I don't need new data because if I realized, this is not working, I need to change it. My mind needs to work. It's fine, it's fine. What to do with the data? Right now, the idea of information flow is this huge monster. Quite similar, I would say, than what the thesis project was. That it was this huge monster. But in the end, of course, I made it. Small, cute dog. That's scary. Information. What is after it? There really isn't anything. It's just about scaling it. Speed reading is one sort way of increasing the bandwidth. There might be limits in my brain, what I can comprehend, what I can remember. I haven't reached them. I don't think I will ever feel that I have reached them. So maybe learning will become harder, but not my problem. I want information. Do you feel I'm not ready for it? Why am I not ready for it? What needs to be there? That I would use the information in my projects, in my decisions, but I haven't even really validated those projects yet. It's still new to me. To think about the projects from the viewpoint of my vision, wanting to help humanity. Maybe it sounds weird because I have talked about all of this before, but that's the idea of choosing the first thing that comes to mind. The Gamifying Politics, I joined that group. That was an opportunity. I didn't create it myself. So I never properly analyzed it. A few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I did go through it. Do I really want to do this? Is it something I should use my time on? And yes, it is. Still, it is something. But this, or it's not strongly in my subconsciousness, that feeling that it is correct. And these are very, very deep ideas, feelings. It's not that I'm trying to choose between what to eat, but what career choice I will make. These decisions will define my life, or yeah, and it can go in so many different ways. So there is a lot of weight here. I didn't think this would take this long, but it's fine. Now making bigger change, quite fundamental. I want to seek information. And of course, I can scale everything. That I don't need to be perfect at this. Take information, like maybe that EA program, maybe it's the only input that I want to take information from. It's fine. This was a lot of stress. So I talk about these things, but the most important thing is to, or if everything becomes more complex, the more I add to this. So there is this process already that I'm talking about EA program, and there it represents getting information. And then I have these mind tools, the ways I work, philosophy, to manage that information and do the decisions, make the decisions based on my long-term, my life vision. So it's 4 steps or 4 nodes. Each of them, or the EA program, that's very simple. That's not important. But these 3 other ones, each of them I have, or 2 of them I have spent hundreds of hours trying to refine, try to build. and really the connection between the IRAC, the mindset, and these visions is a few days old. Now using that bridge, using that connection. Getting information. I want to seek information, use it, and forget it. That's important to point out, that I'm not going to create bad notes that is not going to clutter, become a mess. That's important thing to feel, to know. At this time, seeking information is different than what it would have been in the past. It's cleaner. And in a way, I can think of it as extra. Yes, that helps. When I make the comparison, when I make the scheduling, what to do based on what I want to accomplish during that day, that week, that helps my long-term vision. I can use the information that I got, but I don't have to. So that kind of, that makes it easy to decide. So it sort of releases the pressure, like in some pressure system. There are these valves that if the pressure increases too high, the system will release it and not break anything. So now I can focus more on this part. Okay, that's good. I sense the logic working. Yes. So it's not about trying to get this workflow, this pipe working to the end, but actually see this as a component, that the information is separate. I can think about it as a function, as a component, and whether I use that information or not, that's not important. It's its own segment, and that mindset, that tool, that process where I make the decisions, what to do, how to schedule, what to focus on, that will continue on its own. And when I'm ready, probably immediately, I would say, but I can use the new information if I want. Okay, I think this is, if someone could follow this, the point here was that I'm using logic to get my mind to say subconsciously, hey, this is true. I believe in this. And whether it's really true or logical doesn't matter. I don't need to dig deeper because I made the change that I wanted. Mind is, or brain is so stupid. Yeah. Okay. So I found sort of a loophole. And it's like, if the mind, if I have three uncertain elements and it doesn't appear to me how to connect them, mind sees that there's a flag signal saying that it is uncertain. I'm not interested of making the thing exactly certain or clear. I'm just I care about that flag. Get that flag off, away from me. And I managed to do that, and I just move on. But now let's focus on the information. So I would say I'm at 40% maybe already on this. So I want information. I'm ready for it. I'm thirsty. After this. Try again. I want information. This is very big part of my life, of course. That's one main reason why I talk with people. I want to understand them. I can use IRAC, I don't have to. This is a long process with different steps. It's like a factory. I can improve each step, each phase separately. It feels forced. Okay. I want information. I want to seek information. So read philosophy, read news. Read what others are saying. Any video, audio, any data. I want to get that. I'm really close. Doesn't feel quite right. Why? Want information. Want information. For what? It's part of my vision. The more information I have, the easier my life gets. And also it is, I'm curious. I'm a curious person. I like to know, not that much, but still, generally I like information. So it's not just for for my life work, but also it's fun to know. Almost getting there, maybe 45%. I want information. Want information. I feel that I haven't initialized this enough. But sure, the idea is there, but I haven't created space for this. Information as itself, I haven't considered it this much. So clarify what this means, I think will take me to the finish line. Okay. What is information? Of course, I have focused on the knowledge, the understanding, but information has just been the middle part. Kind of an obvious one. I have forced this idea that I already have enough information for years. That it's about handling it. That's what IRA is for, managing everything. So I guess that's one thing I need to change. It has been part of me that I don't care about information that much. It is very, very interesting because I know this is something many people like, learning new things. Why have I avoided it so long? Stupid question, of course, I answered it myself. I wasn't ready to manage it. But now I am. I will take some time still to make it more clear. But yeah, this is very, very good. Very good development. Why haven't I thought about this before? It doesn't matter. Now I already am over 50%. At least I'm getting excited. Okay, I can start receiving information now. And yet again, I want to say this this is an example of past habits, how my mind is used to considering like something like information in a way. I have forced this idea to myself that information is bad. I don't need it. I don't like remembering because I'm someone who needs purpose. Why do I remember this? And probably from school needing to remember some facts I always disliked. So the roots are deep. And I would say, or previously, I wouldn't have made this change because the only reason I'm able to do it now is because I have developed this a few weeks ago, the idea that, and the confidence that I can do many things parallel in my current life. So adding information there suddenly doesn't break the system. It's not becoming an issue if it breaks, if I need to maintain it, work on it, because other lanes are working. And this is also, it's not about parallel, but taking more tasks into my life. I have decided to continue learning, kind of started learning Chinese, Mandarin, and then Arabic. And that has been my greatest enemy, doing many things simultaneously, keeping track of all the projects, all the people that I'm adding more people to my network. I'm getting new connections on LinkedIn that I don't even know them, but there are some mutual connections. I actively seek to find new people. Tomorrow or today I met new person, and I will be introduced to some of his friends. Tomorrow I will meet at least one new person. But at the same time, my life seems simpler. I do feel that even if I'm adding the fire or adding fuel to the fire, adding more things into my life, I have more time. It's all thanks to not wasting it on entertainment, not avoiding work, which now when I talk about this is of course amazing thing that I forget to appreciate often, because the development is so quick. After a few days I have forgotten that, wait, I was interested in K-pop, or I have spent a lot of time watching videos on YouTube. It's not the case anymore. my mind is already somewhere else, and my life control is almost at maximum. That's not true. What I meant was the pieces are almost done. Then I can level up them, yes, but still some pieces are not working yet. I'm just making trials how to choose what to do. Actually start adding value to everything I do, so that I can compare, I can come up with new ideas how to spend my time. The Helper of Humanity character, I haven't continued, but I will continue that. Very interesting concept. And that, yeah, that will bring so much to think about. Yeah, okay. So, trying to make it stick for longer, as I have mentioned, how I changed my subconsciousness, getting to the 50% mark or over. It's good, but if I don't enforce it, it can go back. So let's make sure it goes to like 60%. So I want new information. Yes, 50% at least. I want new information. The question why, even though I have answered it, this is subconsciousness. It doesn't change quickly. It doesn't remember. Maybe I how would I say it? Well, it forgot. So if I ask the question, why do I want this? Flag is raised and it says, I don't know. I changed that flag before, but the flag and the question are not connected that much. So when I changed the flag and that was enough, I got reassurance that, hey, there was some problem, and now I got the conclusion that this won, so that some argument wasn't good enough. But what argument was it? Yeah, it's not clear. And I don't care, because when I win the argument, what the mind gets is that, hey, you won. So this matter that you are fighting for is real, is right, clearly. The mind gets that signal. But this is all about fooling the mind. I don't care. When I find those arguments, those questions, I know that I could find other questions and change do the change without asking these particular ones. So how does it work? It's all about giving the mind the signal, the feeling that counter argument against this change was defeated. It's about getting that idea that, hey, actually, yeah, this seems to be seems to be right, but it's just fooling the brain. There's no real right or wrong. It's not like my brain somehow mystically knows what is right or wrong. No. I'm hacking the system in a way. And I know this, and even if I realize it, it doesn't matter. That's the crazy part, that I know I'm getting fooled, but it works. I want to get fooled. But let's enforce it more. What was the question? What for? I want information. Okay, now it went below 50%. I want information. Now my subconsciousness says no. So probably answering that question, why do I need it? To enjoy it, to use that information in my solutions. And here, if I think about the solutions at some point or in the past, that would have raised uncomfortable feeling, which would mean that I'm not interested or I couldn't use that. But now, very okay with the fact that, hey, I have these projects. It feels amazing to feel good and relaxed and excited about something that previously was demanding, monster, unknown. So making my brain, what is the term? My resolution clear is the key, because it feels amazing. And also now I can use the other change I made, or the fact that my subconsciousness agreed that this is separate, that I can think about getting this information. I can form a bubble around it, that hey, I allow myself, I have allowed myself to just focus on this. How amazing is it that now on subconscious level I agree that I can just use an hour to deepen myself into some philosophy, some topic, and fully enjoy it. That's amazing. And that's very basic idea about my future, that I can enjoy anything in if it's around a conscious decision, that I don't need to worry about something else. So this thing that I'm doing is not about avoidance. Most of the time in my life, I have done something to avoid thinking about these questions. That, what do I do with my life? Why am I doing this? Should I do something else? I have avoided topics that raise feelings, negative feelings, uncertainty, and so on. And what I have chosen instead have been the easy choices. Start watching YouTube. Start watching porn. Something that that keeps my mind occupied long enough so that I don't have to think, I don't have to face my feelings. The problem why I thought about this 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, that if I have a schoolwork that I need to do, some bigger work that I need to presentation, that hey, read a book, do a presentation about it, or an essay, write an essay. You have 2 months. Okay, during the 2 months, can I start my own project where I need my consciousness? No, I can't, because every time I consider starting something, I realize, hey, I have this schoolwork I need to do. Should I do that instead? I haven't been able to just say, no, I'm not going to do that. I will focus on my own thing. Only that reason that is one of the major reasons why I have done so little in my life, that I haven't been able to create my own thing, focus on my own thing. That just realizing that, hey, I need to be aware of what I should do instead, the schoolwork, was too much. For some people, it was probably natural that they could just ignore schoolwork is not important. They could get into some hobby of them. Without having that baggage, that idea constantly at the back of their mind saying, you should do studying instead. And many times when on those moments, I did choose the studying. But that enforced the idea that, hey, this guy, every time I want to do something fun, something productive, but not necessary, he chooses study instead. So clearly, this is a mark that I don't want to do anything on my own. That's kind of this is an extreme example, which is not fully true, but mostly. Of course, I have done other things than my schoolwork, but yeah, that was one of the major reasons why I didn't do anything else. And of course, I have enjoyed difficult problems and so many different things, but I couldn't allow myself. But now I can allow myself to receive information. How nice is that? Okay, going back to the original change that was supposed to be easy, I was like, hey, I'm just gonna change this quickly before I start doing it. EA program. On subconscious level, I don't know still what this is about. So making that clear that I know. Okay, so this program is about getting into a community and getting an overview of what this community does. What is it about? And many of these concepts are something I'm generally interested. There are stuff that I'm not that interested, but overall, this is it is interesting, yeah, and it's useful. As I have pointed out, that networking, that knowing about this process of introducing a new member and then developing my own skills, that's there as well. That I'm not trapped here. If I set 1 hour for this and I finish in 30 minutes, I'm not gonna spend that other half an hour. That's important, that I'm fully in control over this. If I want to develop myself and read this quicker, be done with it quicker, I can. That was, I stopped Taekwondo last year, or a year ago. I was there actively 3 months. Yeah. One problem I had with that is there was this gradual progression. I needed to do the steps in order. I don't like that. I like to go to the maximum, beyond, come back and experience the whole thing in a broken way, and then get the understanding from the pieces, build it in my own way. That's my attitude towards anything, really. That the more information, the better. Problem I have had with many school books is that they're the same, that hey, you need to do this one after another, but I would like to go beyond and come back, but it's not possible, so that frustrates me. For me, it's easy to, when I read, I assume that 50% I will lose immediately. But if there is enough material in the end, I can grasp the ideas that I skipped before from the context. But yeah, so Taekwondo had the issue that I needed to focus on just stuff that was at that level. And one good thing about that was it would have introduced me to that mindset. Just practice, one thing at a time, even though it's very simple, very easy, very, very quickly. I remember them, I can do them perfectly. But have the consistency and be able to repeat. Some other self-defense combat sport maybe would work better, where I can just go as fast and far as I can get and work on areas that I like. I think for me that creates freedom, sense of space that I like. I don't like to be in or act a certain way. It's nice to do things on my own, not rely on social pressure. or some process that doesn't need to be there. I would say for some it might bring safe feeling that there is clear progression. Not for me. That's not for me. Okay, EA intro program. Speaking of information, doesn't feel, wait, so reading that curriculum, I don't feel excited, but if I think about receiving or wanting information, I do feel excited. What is there? Wait, so generally I want information now because I changed the feeling. I'm excited, yes, information, but start reading that. What is there? Why do I? Something is connected to that specific thought. I want to read EA material. Maybe it's just, yeah, because I didn't change the mindset on the EA intro program generally. So my mind, subconsciousness doesn't know why I would choose this material. But from the general information, one thing that shouldn't matter maybe yeah, because there are so many things connected here on subconscious level, which means my brain connections, that I can't just ignore some connections that say, hey, I should think about this way with this feeling, because they are connected there. Yeah, okay. So EA intro program is good. How? How is it good? Networking, yes. Information. It's guided, which is good. Gives a sense that, okay, people have thought about this. These are relevant information. So I shouldn't feel the same feeling if I just go to Google and find some tool, technology, and start using it. I would have the feeling, is this correct? So because someone has built this curriculum, I should trust that. I would estimate I'm at 20 to 30% if I say I like, I want the EA intro program. I want to do that. It's not very high. Okay. Considering I have time for this, definitely I have time for this, that notched the percent higher. I want this. Now I feel the general rejection, like that veto concept feeling. Need to reset. Okay. I want this. This represents the school education. Even though I know it's not, I have chosen this, it is not school. My mind, subconsciousness believes it is. It's a course. So it thinks it as such. Okay, if I try to go beyond this, now I realized I was reaching for this, but how do I go beyond this program is think that, hey, I would like to attend other programs like this. Then that, I would say, increase the feeling to 30% already. So now I'm getting somewhere, that this is not education, or this is not something that I should avoid. And one idea there was that, hey, my brain got a feeling that I want to do this more, or similar things. So clearly this is important. If I consider it alone, then it might think that it's just another one of these not important things. But now it needed to think again that, hey, I'm gonna do this again. I want to find other programs. That, wait, should I be serious about this? Okay. Yes, so that helps. Going beyond. Do I stress about the meeting tomorrow? Not really. Actually, yeah, a little bit. Is it awkward? I sense that I'm getting a little tired, so this affects the way I think about the meeting tomorrow, if it shouldn't, it still does. It's the same reason why if there's some application, or if some teacher grades a paper before lunch, they would grade it on average lower than if they graded it after. It's just biology, psychology. If I think about the meeting tomorrow, I think one reason why I'm not waiting for it, why it doesn't excite that much, and why there are some negatives in my feeling, is I haven't filled that day with almost anything else. So it puts a lot of weight on that. As I have mentioned already on this stream as well, I have lived with this mindset that I do only one thing, but with that parallel idea, now if I consider that I will do many things tomorrow, then it lifts the weight from this meeting. Because if I just think that, hey, tomorrow I will only do this meeting, then of course my mind doesn't like it. That is that really the only thing I'm doing? It's not very productive. I should do something else instead. But now if I think, hey, I will do so many things during tomorrow, the meeting is just one part. It actually excites me. So changing the way I think about this, using the newly found tools and options, makes it easier. So let's go back to the original one. I like this EA program. Okay, 40%. So I almost there. What else? How can I fool my mind? Maybe I should try to find some very stupid questions that I can easily answer. I like this EA program, intro program. Okay. People. Am I ready to take more people into my life? I think that on that question I can quite easily say yes. People are, in general, the easiest things in life. Communicating with them is so easy because they communicate back, they ask questions, they're flexible. Whereas doing some exercise where there's a question I need to give an answer, the question doesn't change. It's not flexible. Of course, if I ask the teacher, hey, can you explain this another way, or can I do this instead? But generally, the technology, you need to do it in a certain way. But with people, they're so flexible, and that's great. And I have mentioned that the social part, communicating, that's super easy. I don't need to focus on that. It's the easiest part. Getting new connections. It's the data. It's the data. It's the decisions and the solutions. Those are the more difficult parts. EA intro program. I want that. Like it. So the people, yes, I'm ready for it because I can control it. I have good reasons to not answer. I have good reasons to decline something. That's really great that I can just say, hey, I'm focusing on helping humanity. Of course, that's not the reason why I do that, but if the other person doesn't understand it, then would make them bad in some way, I think. Or maybe they would think that way. So it pressures or forces them to agree. But yeah, I don't think people in general care what's the reason that, okay, you can't answer it. Sure, that's fine. You're going through something. But for myself, knowing that I have a good reason, that makes it easy. Also, I talked about AI usage earlier today. That's easy for me as well. Or the idea of traveling. I don't think about that, hey, my actions are hurting the environment because I'm doing something good. I think that it is benefiting humanity that I spend all these resources using AI tools, that I'm spending the resources of travel, because in the end I will pay that back, the change I make. At least the idea is important. If in practice, if I die soon, then I will not create this effect, but there is no better way. I haven't even thought about it because it's so clear. I will take a quick break and then finish this subconscious change, and then do the hour session. I like this EA program. I thought about the information. It's great having that feeling that yes, it's fine. Okay, I like this EA intro program. Getting there, 45%. I like this EA intro program. Unless now I sense that the information I get from that is good. I like this EA intro program. In the weekly meetings, we have some EA member as a facilitator. And that's something I would like to be able to do as well. Being a facilitator, an organizer, manager is not in my nature. I have zero experience on that, leadership in general, but I would like to be good at that. Last week we had some good conversation, but I was a bit tired, so many answers, as I normally do, I didn't listen that well. And I was mentioned, or there was some translation done from Finnish to English, English to Finnish. And at some point I was asked, hey, was that correct? And I didn't say anything because I didn't listen well. But as a facilitator, you need to do that. And I have many times mentioned how I have thought that how the teachers, how can they ask these good questions? The facilitators, the supervisors or so on, they have these good questions that they listen to everyone and they give feedback to everyone. And I'm just sitting there listening to someone else's thoughts, rambling, presentation, and my mind is just blank, or I'm daydreaming. And I'm not in the mindset where I could answer, I could give feedback to everyone. And there are these longer, not monologues per se, but terms that someone says, explains, and I don't fully grasp what they're saying. So I wouldn't, but I'm concentrating, so I'm trying to get what they're saying, but I'm just not getting it. And then they stop. And the only thing I got from that was they talked about this, maybe this, I'm not sure. And that would be my conclusion, that I didn't understand what you said. That happens a lot during conversations, that someone says something and I just must admit, I didn't hear you. I didn't understand what you're getting. But from experience, it seems that others do. They do understand. They get the point where they can even answer it, or ask questions, or even continue on that idea. So there was this point where someone says something, and then, hey, can someone translate this? The facilitator translated most of the time, at least, and he understood. He could say something. Of course, it could be the vocabulary or vocabulary might be needed here to translate it well, but my mind is by default on a mode where it doesn't try to even understand. It waits for enough information to come and then form the idea. So automatically I assume that 50% I'm just not gonna hear, and yeah. So coming back to this program, if I sort of initialize that goal as well, that to think about this, can I teach this to someone? Could I facilitate the meeting? That gives it another approach, that maybe tomorrow when I go into the meeting, I would test, hey, not say it aloud, maybe, but listen everything that everyone says and think about response. That's an exercise I would at some point anyways do in social settings. Be more conscious about everything people say and think about, hey, could I answer something? Could I mention something here, or just translate it to some other language, like in that meeting a week ago. I like EA intro course. Not 50% yet. I think this time my brain didn't register. It just said the words, but I wasn't focused on it. I like EA intro course. Intro program. I sense that this time I thought about it in the old way, without having those newly upgraded feelings. What is my stance on parallelism okay, let's focus on this and then start doing it. Once it goes over 50%, it shouldn't be a problem to keep it there. I like the EA intro program. I like the EA intro program. I do feel that it leads, this question statement leads to everything else that I'm doing in my life. So it's not just about this. That's one reason why it's taking so long. I like this EA intro program. Because I was successful already once on some aspects that I went through, like getting or receiving, or I want to get information. I already got the sense that, hey, I can do this. So I managed to do it once. Now I don't want to go back where I couldn't do it. It's like learning a new skill. It might frustrate to go through the learning steps again, because this is not easy. It means that I have this expectation that, hey, it needs to work. I'm able to do it. I will just push myself through it. But no, that's how it breaks. So take a deep breath, take a step back, and try again without any extra push. That this needs to be easy. At any point, you shouldn't use that pure motivation, excitement. I'm not excited about this. This is just facts that I'm doing, facts to myself. But at any point, now when I said it, I realized that, hey, yeah, that's actually a good point. That it's so natural for me that I have forgotten that in the beginning. I think I did use the excitement element, or that just raw power instead of technique. At least in the end, that hey, I'm almost there. Let's just get over with. But this needs to be as gentle as possible, as delicate. It's okay to stop at 45%. If it can't be continued peacefully, then no, you shouldn't even try. Yeah. Peaceful approach is the only way. The subconsciousness shields itself immediately if you try to use pure motivation, pure excitement. That's the sneaky way the brain avoids making the real change. Okay. So be relaxed and have patience. When this is done right, even if it takes 5 hours, 10 hours, even a week to change something, it's still, compared to physical change, start exercising and you don't see any change over the first few weeks, maybe. Or start stretching and maybe you get results after a year. This is different because every change, even changing feeling from 5% to 10%, is there to change or stay. Every change is permanent. And you can make huge change in one sitting. That's so nice, that if I want to change something, some mindset, I know I can do it. I don't have to work on this for months, even for years, but I can just do it immediately. So getting results very quickly is satisfying. If it would take for weeks, I don't think I would never have found this. Okay, let's go back. So I like the EA intro program. I like the EA intro program. I sense the general rejection of that, or disagreement. I like the EA intro program. I think it's saying what I feel is, I don't remember the reasons why I should like this. That the response I get is not that it's rejecting the idea, but rather, hey, I don't remember. I'm sure you are right, but you need to show it again. Sorry, I can't agree if it doesn't remember. So one argument was that it's information. Reading the curriculum, it's information, and information I already proved to be something I now want. That's something I can want if I want. So EA, reading that is already information. Okay. Then it's just part of my life. it's not everything. So taking weight from its shoulder by knowing that, hey, tomorrow there is the meeting, and it's just one thing during that day, and I'm not gonna be this tired. At least I have time to take a nap if needed. And the facilitator, the meeting, so now, because I went through that idea, hey, I'm interested, I actually think about tomorrow's meeting positively. It wasn't important for this change, but yay, that came alongside this change. The community, I guess that's maybe the networking part, last mystery. Why do I want that? That raises the feelings about my whole life decision, this life work. Of course, it still raises, if I consider helping humanity, it's not that small target. The vision is quite bold, not bold, but ambitious. So just considering the feeling of that is quite huge. I think it's needed here to enforce the idea that this EA community is EA community. Of course, the people I consider positively. Maybe the idea is just, it weighs a lot, as I said. It raises the questions whether this is what I want to do in life. Of course it is, but because the vision is not concrete, realistic, practical vision, it's not clear yet. That already contributes to the unclear feeling. And being tired affects this as well. Maybe if I go a bit deeper, reset my sense of reality, that seems to be the right call. Because, of course, I don't think about death anymore daily. That was last month that I did. I was at the edge of the reality, the meaning itself. I asked that, or I was next to death and nothingness. I looked into it, into the abyss, and there was nothing there. So I decided to leave it as that and start building. So heading back and start building on top of this edge. But what I have, not sure how much I have explained this on stream, but anyways, I thought, or I used the abstraction word, that I started to build abstractions on top of that no meaning and created my meaning. And that's the idea, that there isn't really, it's not necessary to have meaning comes from the universe. You can create your subjective meaning. It's just pathways in the brain that creates the sense of meaning. It's the So I have built these abstraction layers. I fool my brain into believing there is meaning. And because changing anything is difficult, I don't accidentally break it. I know it's based on lies, but there's nothing else to do. So I allow it. I allow it. Yeah, it might sound strange, but that's just the truth, that I fully accept the unknown and I fully accept fooling my brain. But right now, I kind of need to check that meaning. I need to go to the no meaning state and reset a little bit. That, hey, do I want to do this? I'm asking a lot from my... I'm asking a lot from this abstraction meaning that I have built. Is it really true? Because I know it's not fully real, but I could still use it. If I can still build on top of it, if this makes sense in deeper level. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me that much as well. But resetting meaning seeing this reality. So thinking about death. Okay, there is nothing here. Okay, nothing after death. Sure. Who am I? Have these memories, have this sense of consciousness, awareness, sense of myself. Okay, the abstraction habit is quite strong. I need to reset again. So death. Because I no longer have any need to go to that depth. It feels sort of like this has grown uncontrollably, and now I need to break the branches to even get here. So this reality, no meaning, death. Okay, now I got into that mindset a little bit. No meaning, universe, death. Oh, it feels weird to think about this. Yeah, the abstractions, building those, gives the sense of purpose. Yeah, that's crazy. How much I can just build on top of the no meaning idea, but yeah, okay. What is my life? Wait. Wait. Maybe I should do these resets just more. Now looking in my past already also. What am I doing? Okay. Was I this deep into the bubble? So getting into that deeper level of objectivity. Whoa, yeah. I have never felt this. Whoa. And of course I'm not in any way feeling depressed or lack of motivation for this life. Everything I have built would take so much energy and time to undo. But I just now I realized that how many layers there are on top of that no meaning. Whoa. I have pretty active life already. Whoa. One thing is interesting that in the past when I have thought about was that I don't know, there's some voice coming, sound coming from the PC. In the past when I have became aware of wait, what am I doing, and I have looked into the past, it felt kind of weird, or I felt disconnect even from my past, or how would I say it? It felt weird what I was doing. Okay, maybe not in the past, but now I don't have that. Everything makes sense here. Wait, what? What am I cooking here? What am I cooking here? Years of development. 4 years. And 1 year quite active development only. Let's say there was maybe a year or a year and a half of less let's say 1 year. So in these last 4 years I have been quite actively developing for 3. Okay, yeah, this it almost feels like I went back to a month ago or 2 months ago to that self, and then I look at everything that's happening in my life, and it's just so much I didn't realize how much I have done. Of course, yeah, many of these changes have been or happening gradually, but what? One way to spend this life. Yeah. Okay, but going back to that EA intro program, I like it. Yeah, maybe my mind is realizing or comparing this moment, this life, to the past, and the change is just so huge that yeah, it's sort of realized that of course I love the intro program, that I'm so nitpicking here, trying to find some reasons not to like it. Of course, I don't know, but oh, of course I love it. Although I must say that this realization, okay, it didn't actually change the subconscious, because yeah, an example where the excitement doesn't mean that I can just change something. No, subconsciously it hasn't changed. Over the 50% mark at least. So I like the EA intro program. That question about the community, the EA itself, not this intro program, but that community. Raises the question. Yeah, it was about how the live vision is connected to the nothingness. I think the EA, something that, now I feel that I have been avoiding going beyond that. What's beyond the EA? And because it introduces so many different people, and they really are different from each other. There are so many creative people there, and that already means each of them are unique. But I haven't really thought about the EA, I realize. And in a realistic way, and this is in general as well, that because I have been so focused on my own development, I haven't made many steps into the real world. The conversation I had earlier today, he mentioned some type of company, and I was like, I don't know what that is. I haven't done research, and that's very basic stuff, that what types of companies there are. So EA is difficult because it's so vast, so big. Maybe not the community itself. Okay, it has thousands of members, but that's not it. But the idea it represents is quite big, quite large. Beyond EA. This is already formed global community with local branches, or maybe another way, local branches that creates the global community. I have my own idea, some ideas about the community I would love to be part of, love to see in this world that is like EA, maybe, and maybe this EA will be, as I mentioned earlier, the possible one and only community that I join, or at this scale. But there, if it's true that someone said to me that there aren't really any other similar communities, then of course this will be it. There are many unknowns here. What will be my role in it? But even if I end up choosing my own path outside of it, it doesn't mean I can't be part of it as well. Maybe I will collaborate with people who are not part of this community, but still follow their work, help as much as I can. That was probably the uncertainty that I was feeling. Even when I joined this intro program, joined that online conference 2 months ago, I don't think I ever thought about this that deeply. It just felt that of course I will join this. But to make my own thoughts about it and feelings, that's the way to handle it. I can use this. This is maybe now when I think about it, it's the biggest thing that gives me a reality check on my ideas. I'm not yet looking for jobs actively. I haven't done that LinkedIn post, but this I have joined. So going past this EA, not see it as this community that I'm getting into, but actually think, okay, when I'm there, what will I accomplish? That's exciting again. Going past that. Expanding it, making it better, more interesting. And of course the people, those are amazing. I'm not looking for friends. I've never felt that I need to find, or okay, sometimes I have thought it would be nice to meet similar minded people, but most of the time, no, it hasn't been a requirement. This journey, this decision to help humanity, I did on my own. I decided on this on the basis that if anyone else is not doing it, I will do it. I don't care. So I wasn't looking for like-minded people, but of course I was 99.999% sure there are people who do want to help, or I was sure, okay, 100% sure, but it wasn't something that mattered. And I have just scratched the surface, of course. I haven't met that many people from this community, but already what I can sense, what will happen, and the people I will meet, very, very excited. I have felt this already in my Demola projects, being part of that community in a sense, that world of startups. The people there, I like I like business people so much. I like the enthusiasm, I like the energy, the excitement to tackle a new problem, and yeah, focus on the products, focus on the future development. That's my people there. But combining those people and people who want to do good, that's where, of course, I come in, and these EA people as well. Many of them, they are not, or what I have sensed, they are not that enthusiastic. They don't have that spark. They don't have those ideas right away that, hey, I will execute this no matter what. I will do this. But they have the meaning that, hey, they want to do good. Whether it's just donating 10%, that's great. That's already way more than most people will ever do. That's so awesome that people want to help, want to do good, and are open-minded. But yeah, I'm still yet to find similar minded people or person like me. Haven't met them yet, who are very eager to not care about social norms, just do things and yeah, be on the same wavelength as me. It's not needed. Again, it's not needed. I'm not doing this to find that person, but it would be interesting to meet them. Someone who shares the same level of excitement. I think I showed. I was very excited in today's meeting. This new person, but I will be so much more excited in the future, especially if I meet someone who shares this excitement. Yes, let's do great things together. But yeah, saying that those business people, many of them share the excitement, but but the visions of, or the goals for them is money, which is of course different than they're trying to, okay, I would say most of the time they're trying to solve a problem that I agree with. Hey, this is a problem. Yeah, it's great that there would be a solution for this, but it's still they're looking for money. Their mindset is to seek an avenue that hasn't been explored enough, build a product there, build a solution to some problem, and then get rich. That's fine. That's totally fine. It's in the rules of this society. Maybe the rules could be tweaked a little bit, that monopolies and too rich billionaires wouldn't ruin everything, but on principle, of course, the idea you can create something new, you can be successful, climb the ladder and become rich. It's totally fine. I would gladly become rich as well, because just thinking about funding different projects, yeah, I like the idea of that. And of course, being able to live comfortably. We had a conversation or meeting in a cafe. I ordered vanilla latte, medium. It was like €7. And I said to him that, yeah, that's for getting rich. That's the one thing that I'm most excited. That I could go to these cafes. I could go to gym. I don't have a gym membership. I could go to bouldering. So do all these things that richer people can do. I don't want to make my own food. Immediately I would change that. But I don't know about the food or nutrient contents of foods that are made. Okay, I'm sure I could live being vegan and only buying food that someone else makes. I was talking about, yes, people. That topic in itself. Why am I so interested in people? Is interesting because I have had this notion about myself that, hey, I like people, but for years I have just been here in my own apartment alone, consuming some YouTube content. I haven't been with people. So it's sort of weird that I have never questioned why I like people. But I wasn't actually actively seeking them, or before I was getting anxious in social settings, and they were kind of tiring. That new friend of mine sent a message or it says that he needs to restore his social batteries, but my social batteries, they don't, well, they don't deplete. Am I an introvert or extrovert? On my Boo profile, it says I'm an extrovert. What was the... I want to see this. What was my... What was my... very accurate personality type? I have only over 300 views. Okay. Let's see, profile. Oh, that's actually, I can show this. Wait. I don't think. Let me see. I can show this. Okay, it doesn't look good when I open the full phone. Just oh yeah, that was that. I will just quickly show. Actually, some point I will show this properly on stream properly. That first image was terrible just because the Boo needed verification from the first image, and I took so many images, and that it accepted the, I don't know if it shows ENTJ. Extroverted 56%, intuitive 69%, thinking 50%, judging 53%. Everyone knows this is just bullshit, but or it doesn't say a lot about the personality. It's still shows some indicator. What is it? Commanders are masters. So yeah, the name is commander, which is funny. Commanders are masters of efficiency, formidable, confident, and forced to be reckoned. They like being at the forefront, taking on life's challenges head on, and moving the world forward. They're intellectual, confident, and visionary, making them extremely attractive, especially to those seeking direction. They are brave in the face of challenges, and their ability to accomplish their objectives with blistering speed and efficiency makes them inspiring. When they're not killing it and at work, they can feel insightfully meditative and philosophical. But this is, yeah, it's fitting pretty well, at least to my vision. Okay, strength. Energetic, self-confident, strong-willed, strategic, charismatic, inspiring, ambitious, efficient, bold, innovative, knowledgeable. Weaknesses. Stubborn and dominant, blunt, intolerant, impatient, arrogant, poor handling of emotions, cold and ruthless. I would say poor handling of emotions is not something I share, but yeah, I can be pretty blunt, intolerant, impatient. Yes, attracted by pet peeves. Okay, that's English. Qualities they can't stand. Insincere, passive aggressive, controlling, manipulative, incompetent, lazy, disorganized, tardy, over emotional, irrational, over formal, superficial. Yeah, this is just, it fits too well. It fits too well to have that 50%, what was it? 50% thinking, wait. Yeah. So intuitive, I'm most intuitive. I would say, yes, most decisions that I make are kind of intuitive, but that's because I have thought, planned so much beforehand. But in the moment, or okay, I would say, yeah, for my whole life, I have just gone with my intuition mostly. Extroverted, yes. I am more extroverted nowadays, at least. Thinking, 50%. Thinking and feeling. Okay, yeah. Judging. I don't remember what was the opposite of that. But thinking, you would think that my thinking would be quite strong compared to feeling, but I use feeling a lot. Just how I make my decisions are based on my thinking, but I listen to my feelings. So which one is controlling me? Which one is more powerful? Yeah, it's difficult to say. But maybe some people, they rely on thinking logic too much. It's safer, but I can express my feelings. I can use them to make my decisions. But it just feels right. The EA intro program is nice. I'm still not getting over that EA. Okay. So on my mind, I don't have a clear idea what it is, what it represents. EA, effective altruism. That will be a doorway to so many opportunities, at least. So many opportunities. social media. It's already almost 11 p.m. I don't have any schedule, so it's fine to go over. Be real. Miami. Oh? Okay. Okay. And random. Okay, it's funny. That is funny. EA. Altruism. It's easy to stay on the grind. That I keep working on. I keep preparing myself to this. That the real unknown is still far away. What if it's not? What if I could start a company tomorrow? What if I could join a project and that will be the biggest project or spanning my whole life? What if it's not that far away? Facing the reality. I am so prepared already that it's impossible to break this. So even if I go into any situation unprepared, it's not a problem. I have so strong self of motivation. It is. If I try to think about my life, or that I did just earlier, if I try to think about my life compared to what it was, and try to compare it to others, yeah, I'm so prepared that it's crazy. Just does feel crazy that I don't have to think about motivation. I don't even have to think about my capabilities pretty much, because if I just manage to get this control where I wanted to and start scheduling, not rambling 3 hours, 4 hours about development, and start producing content, start producing ideas, solutions, develop myself skills. I don't need the hierarchy. I don't need it, but it's there. So it enables a lot of potential. But the preparation for all this, yeah, More than ready. More than ready. So that in mind, thinking about, well, anything I could face. And I would say starting a business, starting something new, kind of represents already the big unknown. What is more difficult? Maybe difficulty or most difficult thing would be if I were in a situation where, hey, in 2 hours you need to create a solution for this. Time starts now. So it's just time pressure. But I work on problems that are very slow to change. Many people think they're impossible. Many. I don't see myself facing those sort of problems or pressure that, hey, this needs to happen now. Maybe if I create a software solution and then it breaks, gets hacked, then I might face some problems, but overall, what would be the most difficult thing? Starting a business, representing my own ideas. That is way more difficult than any job where I would represent their ideas, I think. Taking responsibility for someone else, I don't see it, or I don't feel that it's that difficult. I could be a politician, no problem. I don't know if anyone would like me to be the representative, but the only problem there is I feel that it requires certain pace, certain way that just not suited for me. And also I feel that I could do more if I weren't part of some 4-year system, 6-year system that I need to commit. Also, I want to travel more. And yeah, I think the biggest thing is I'm not interested to tackling local or human problems, like a real world. Hey, there's this bill or proposition of it. If it passes, a lot of forest will be cut. If it does, I don't care about that, because it's analyzing potential good, bad, fixing Finland's economy, not that interesting. Okay, how difficult could it be? Fixing EU's economy, okay, that's more interesting, but how much effect could I have? But going back to EA, considering that it will be at least a resting place. A small hill that I can use to see around. Maybe I help build it, develop it, or as I said, use a resting place and then set the direction. I don't think I have smiled that much on these streams, but many times during the last month or two, or month and a half, I have had these moments, these sessions and aftermath. I smile so much because I just feel so good, so excited that yeah, my facial muscles get tired of it. That's the best feeling of smiling too much. Oh, how much would I pay to... Okay, would I like to experience or hear something that would erase my... make my smile fade? Depression. What sort of philosophical question would that be? Create the depression. Physical depression, something that's not related to my thinking. I think that would be my worst enemy. Burning out and not knowing why, or not being able to clear it. But if it's something mental, yeah, good luck. Yeah, okay. Effective altruism. So I still haven't grasped what it means. And not just the EA that is today, but the idea behind it, that it shares the vision of that community, that network. It's getting there, but I want to enforce the EA a little more. It is quite exciting to finish some grind. That what EA community represents for me is that community. And there, and that's the maximum, at least on paper. The idea, which for me is most important one, that I don't have to seek any other, or I don't have to build this. I don't have to explore or try to find it anymore. It's there. It's there and it stays. Even if there was actually something bigger community that I could join, that's just plus, that's just great. But already this EA checks all the boxes to just give me the question of what's next. That, hey, this is maxed out, this idea, what's next? What do I want to accomplish? I'm such a weird dude. Okay, EA. I think facing other, or the business world, the political structures, systems, that is the difficult part. EA is very safe. But actually facing the real issues, that hey, there's no money for this, or your product, your service is bad, or it could work but someone is restricting it. Or some legal battle. I do something, hey, that's not allowed. We'll sue you. I wouldn't do enough if that wouldn't happen, so fully prepared for it, hopefully, when it comes. I think still, because I haven't made many moves, everything seems very friendly, but maybe after I start developing stuff, I will face more of those issues or people not happy about the way I think. And these streams that are stored might be one source of them. But yes, I might seem better in person or in some advertisement, but then slowly someone could go through these videos and find some clips. Have I even, what would be the most controversial thing I have said? I don't know. That's yeah, might be a problem. No, taking it off context, away from context is of course possible, and you can already find ways to edit something I have said and try to use it against me. Am I too much optimism and talk and too little work? Definitely yes. I don't have working solutions. I have just problems that, hey, I think this is not going well. I would like to see a better version of it, but I haven't provided that yet. EA community. That still hasn't changed. So let's change it, and I don't know if I will look at the curriculum today. Let's see. So EA, effective altruism. Effective altruism. Effective altruism. I'm just trying to get my mind to respond positively about it. Effective altruism community. Effective altruism. Effective altruism. Almost. Effective altruism. Effective altruism. Effective altruism community. Mind tries to go to sleep, not yet. The realism or reality is the biggest problem here, that it's easy to think about any or from this idea of effective altruism community. There are so endless possibilities of think about what it really realistically would mean, be part of it, and possible projects and everything. And facing the realities is the most difficult part, because for me it's still so new. Effective altruism. Little break. Can't force it. Okay. Last time, let's analyze. Effective altruism. EA community feels good. Okay, one idea that maybe I wouldn't subconsciously want to think is that facing the reality of what's doing right now, maybe I would get or become disappointed that, hey, is this really the reality we live in, that these are the best projects, best results that we can come up with? It shouldn't matter. I have known this from the start, that this is an endless battle that will span my whole life. I know this. But still, these are the people who care, who try to change things, see things positively, look at the bright side. Yeah, so it was an artifact that it would matter. I avoided subconsciously thinking about it because maybe, or in the past, it could have discouraged me somewhat. But you know, I have so strong self of purpose, commitment to this, that I don't need others. So everything is just positive that people have done. I don't have to start from the beginning, because if I did, that would mean clearly people are not that interested to help. But this is great. It doesn't matter how much the person achieves if they have the right attitude, right mindset, and the will to do good. Everyone has their strengths. I can see the strength in, I have seen it in every person I have met. There's so much potential with people. It's ridiculously how much there is potential. I haven't crafted my potential even. Just spreading the excitement is huge, but people are so used to caring about this, or these social norms, that they're too comfortable. If someone does something already, maybe joins an EA group, they might feel, hey, I do enough. I do already quite a lot compared to everyone else. But what if those people wouldn't care about the social feeling that, hey, compared to everyone else, I do a lot? What if they did more? And this could be the greatest strength of this whole journey, this whole path, that these are the people who care, who use their own time consciously. They're not forced by their societies, by some company, to work on some product that will be used badly. But I think that there is no enough pressure, and good pressure, to push them forward, to push them to new limits. I hope I'm wrong. I hope there are already a lot of exciting people that share energy with each other. But if there aren't that many of those people. I will certainly become one of them. And that is part of being, in my terms, helper of humanity. Or that's in the character description that I have built myself. Decided to do that. I will at least be this person who has the energy. That's the least I can do. Maybe I'm not gonna bring the ideas, but I don't need to. That's the beauty of this. It's human biology, it's psychology, that excitement spreads, and especially with people who have found their meaning in the world where there isn't, it's not easy to find purpose. People who choose to do good to others, I feel that is the most fulfilling purpose there can be. It's an endless, so that's good. You never lose it. You never well, in this cruel world, the hell we live in, the work is endless, so that's sort of good thing, maybe, but yeah, doing good, it really is the easiest choice. Maybe that's why I have chosen it. I'm just too lazy to think about anything else. This is the most easiest purpose I can find. No, in my case, it has been there from the start. Everything makes sense. I'm not just choosing something. I have avoided choosing this for a long time, but not anymore. EA community. People doing good people. Safe place. Okay, now I start to feel. So EA community is good. It's still there at the 50% mark. Clearly, I haven't found at least a great shortcut to make these changes. Many of the smaller changes, as I have said many times, I can do very quickly, like in 30 seconds, just by looking at it. Okay, that's clear what it needs to be. But maybe that's a bad example, because I would already have everything around it figured out. So it's just a matter of connecting it consciously to everything around. Okay, should I be should I feel anxious about some social event that's happening or that will happen? Probably not, because I already, yeah, I have built a lot of decisions, knowledge about myself, the role I want to have, but also experience. There I can just use that. Effective altruism community is good. And yeah, I just now realized that it sounds like I'm considering it bad, but no. Just how my subconsciousness feels about thinking about this. So it's of course good, but it just raises difficult feelings or uncomfortable feelings because it's a gateway to unknown, facing the reality, as I have said. But okay, yeah. EA community is good. Okay, what bad could I find? EA community is good. One way to make it, well, okay, going beyond what I already feel that it is. So making it more detailed, trying to think about scenarios. I just thought about connecting to other countries, to other places. And that felt good and expanded to the whole idea of EACom. I think I got over 50% mark already, but EA community is good. Okay, nice. EA community is good. Still at the 50% mark. EA effective altruism community is good. Feels good. Okay. Effective altruism community feels good. Effective altruism community feels good. Especially connecting that now I can start, I want to get the information as well. So joining the forums, start being more active there, maybe not post myself but or comment, but receive the data. Now I already looked at some group discussion. There are a lot of stuff that I don't know what they're talking about, but yeah, that avenue is opening. And then I thought about contacting more EA members. There are these forums or platforms, online platform that I also build my own profile saying what I do, who I am. I haven't used it, but I could go there and look for more people to connect with. Yes. something I said earlier about the safety of knowing, hey, this is the hill I'm trying to climb. People like staying in their holes. They're constantly, no, actually no, they're digging. Wait, not hole. Digging the hole. Digging their own graves, yes. Anyways, they like their problems because they're safe. If they were to overcome them, then they would face another problems. So this has been very similar. Why was it difficult to get over this? Was because I needed to go beyond and start to open those doors. What's next? And because that's unknown, it was easier, safer to stay at this climb, that I'm just getting into this community. But now I'm more open to danger in a way. The EA community feels good. Because I will be committing to this, very, very likely I don't need to finish this feeling any further, but let me switch back to the EA intro program. Feels good. EA intro program feels good. I think this also represents something that I already, or I sense that this is something, some kind of climb that I want to keep it as such, because otherwise I would think something else. Yeah, even though I'm spending so little time, just a few hours a week, it still is a schedule. Yeah, intro program feels good. I'm excited. Not yet. Can't fool myself. So maybe if I just go over the previous revelations or decisions, that the curriculum, I want to learn new stuff. I want to receive knowledge, information. Yes, that is still true. I agree. Then curriculum. I want to learn more about what EA does and get to questions about this world through that material. So it's not just about EA, but it's an example what EA, what problems EA tackles. Thinking about the parallel goes parallel in my word, in my life. No, it's not 50% yet. EA intro program feels good. Because I'm tired, I automatically try to push myself just through it. Just gaslight myself. Yes. I want this. Get it over with. But it's not how this process works. I need to be aware of making those conscious realizations. But yes, actually, this is what I want. So, do I want new knowledge? Yes. I'm now ready to receive information. I want information. Curriculum. Do I want that? I get a response if I think about that hour or two I will spend on it. That sure, if I have time for it, but let me create a circle around it. That yes, I have time for it. Why? Because, well, I have nothing else to do than be productive. There are still some artifacts about K-pop, but they don't have any power anymore. So yes, I have time for them. I can fully commit and start exploring the ideas. It gives me a session tomorrow. The idea that no, those are not the only things I do. I will do so much more. I'll do so much more. I have to think tomorrow. And yes, in a way, these are bottlenecks, I would say. They're bottlenecks for getting to the real thing that go into that community, start doing the projects, start learning about what others are doing, find my own place maybe in some conversations or some projects. And what this intro program is, it's just an introduction. It's there for being motivator, people like me, to read the intro stuff. If I had more motivation, I would have read like 10 hours worth of material, watched videos, and I would know all about EA already. But because I am this lazy, I joined this. Although I think it's still recommended that everyone take this at least. But okay, I got over 50% mark. If I haven't, I'm a very happy person who does something against his feelings, subconsciousness. I'm looking at the time and it's midnight. How did this happen? I started to think about this around 8 p.m. So 4 hours. Just to change a few feelings. All of them were fundamental. So changing or realizing that, hey, I now want to receive information. I want to get it. That's good. That's very important thing. And then this EA, getting over it, what it is, what it will enable, and actually feel good that this is not a grind anymore. And also that trip I took to the nothingness next to death, my old friend, I didn't realize how far I have come. Of course, I'm very aware of what I do, and especially when I compare myself to others, I do realize, wait, they're not like this. But because of those layers, as I mentioned, layers of build on top of the nothingness, no meaning, I didn't realize I wasn't going that deeply when I had recently being conscious about my life. But actually, I wasn't that objective, that conscious, because, well, I didn't need for it. That's the beauty of building a strong foundation. And because I already have removed the need to go there, there's nothing there, no motivation to explore it. It's already explored. Oh, I'm so insane, so out of my mind. And again, I'm not. What is this reality? So much development done today, but so little work, so little output. For a month, I think, I have said that pieces are getting together. They're still not there. How long will this take? It should be now. What's missing? What is missing? Did I do earlier today? Meditated. Yes. I was just building the Iraq. And that control, yes, that was it. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow is Wednesday. Do you have a feeling that I need to develop? Can I just start using this? Just okay. So I have the control. I can make decisions. What would be the next reason to develop? I do realize, of course, I'm aware of it, how I avoid work still by doing these developments that are real. The changes I make are real. They do have effect, they are important, but not every one of them. I'm seeing the frame around the IRAC being ready, meaning and my control. There isn't really anything new that I need to discover or build. Of course, I can develop it further, getting even clearer idea. But I think I understand the control enough, and I can already do the most difficult thing, which is to comparison, keeping the options open, comparing them and evaluating them to the plan. But I can't think of anything else that would be on top of that. That would be the whole meaning of life for me. I already did that a month ago. I'm not going back there. There's nothing there. I think, I don't remember which philosopher was it, or someone said that when you look into the abyss long enough, at some point someone looks back. So if I went back there, I could lose myself fully if I wanted to, by just focusing on that. Or I can't. I don't have the patience and too good at accepting non-perfection. I hate perfection. Yeah, being able to make decisions using IRAC, okay, that will take time to get used to, but that's not a problem. It's just a matter of finding the right techniques. And that's the vertical scaling that already is additional, as I have said. So I will spend some time developing that. We'll get it working very well. But for that, I don't need to develop any new ideas, because the most difficult ones are already there. I have a tool that I built a year ago that I used for for these few hours, I can change my subconsciousness. I can make something, or yeah, I can change my mind about something. Make difficult things easy. Maybe that's a good way to say it short. I have that tool available. I have already done the work that needs to be done on one time. I have built my purpose. So motivation already is automatic. I have get rid of the avoidance habits that has been entertainment. At this stage, I really don't need it. There is nothing I'm scared of or I need to avoid reality. Why? That's the biggest benefit of entertainment. It's an escape from reality. If there's no need for it to escape, then no need for entertainment. It's still fun, of course. I like having fun. Why do I try to find something to develop? Is because if I can't find it, I can start forcing this idea that the focus should be now on doing. So it's a positive thing to either find good reason to develop or then good reason to forget the development. It's not good to leave things uncertain. Months ago, I mentioned, or I felt very empty, very small. It was so clear, but now I don't feel that clear anymore. I've been able to feel my life pretty well, and it feels quite full, which is good, of course. That's the it's not nice to live in a sense that, hey, I live in space. There's so much nothingness around me. So this means I'm deep into the living experience, not just observing the reality itself, but actually in it and part of it. Okay, so I have that tool, Arak. I have built that for 4 years properly. needs a lot of work, but not in itself, but rather on the feeling side. So getting motivation to do it. And I need to think the correct way, because I'm controlling my energy levels. I can increase my excitement whenever I remember to do that. I can control whether something is good, bad, or I have never done it or made anything bad, so that's my weakness. I can only make people or things easier and feel good about them. But I can change my mood, how I work. So it was my point. My point was that the IRAC, using it is very difficult because I have access to even more. So now I made some changes, but I was thinking aloud. But if I just build IRAC, I can be way quicker with my developments, but it's also more fragile in a way. I'm not used to it. There's too much control. It is like comparing Linux and Windows. That Windows is very easy to use right out of the box after you get that over that initial setup. Then of course download the loader tool from Github and then upload the Windows, but still, yeah, it is easy to use, but not that powerful compared to Linux, where you can break things. So that's the same thing with this, that of course I'm used to talking by now, thinking this way, but it has its limits. So when I think using IRAC, I can do way more, but I can create these loops when I'm concentrating on thinking part a lot. Some part might kind of or overheat. That I have manual control over my energy. But right now, when I'm thinking, it's subconscious. I'm not concentrating on thinking part. This is very natural. I can do it endlessly to continue yapping, but when I am using IRAC, I have control over my thinking itself. What I control how my concentration goes between different ideas and thoughts. That itself uses more energy than if it happened naturally, way more. But also if I stop at some point, that will get overheated because I'm concentrating on one thing that signals the brain, hey, you're getting tired. So how do I and if the tempo is too slow, I get tired, I get distracted by some random thought. That is not happening here when I talk. My brain is so used to keep the I forgot what I was gonna say. Ironic. But inside Iraq, the tempo is important. If it's too slow, as I said, the mind gets bored, automatically starts to wander. If it's too quick, it gets stuck. Like the process is too quick, hey, I can't handle it. So it's like a conveyor belt, assembly line, and some parts is working too quickly, and that will clutter the machine. So that will create a break or dead end. That hey, I tried to think too fast. Now it broke. So now suddenly I need to do a reset. But how will I do that reset? Maybe I focus on the reset too much, or I'm not getting back into the same idea. I wasn't building it properly. I was just thinking inside my head, controlled way. Everything here, everything that I'm explaining is not easy. And I haven't even mentioned that thoughts would have some purpose. That hey, I'm trying to think something where I focus on the thinking part. But still the goal is to achieve something, and because it's quicker, I will find some little uncomfortable ideas, feelings way easier, because I'm seeing through the ideas more. Right now, if I can say without understanding what I say, but if I do that in my brain, I more likely will straight away get to the content, get to the context, and feel everything. And if I'm handling or thinking about some uncomfortable feeling, then, or topic, I need to live with that. It's not easy. But when it works, when I'm not tired, I have a purpose, I want to do this, and the feelings are not too large that I would decide to pause the original idea and focus on the feelings, which I do all the time, where I decide, hey, I will change this, rather than continue thinking about this topic and every time feeling the comfortable feeling, I will just make it go away. But yeah, the overheating starts to happen more and more. That means I get distracted more and more. I forget a lot. Like this excitement, hey, I can just smile if I want. I do forget that. As I have said, it's not necessity for humans, for the brain. But of course, in my case, it's always there. I can always become happy if I want, or realize my happiness. It's endless. Good way to live like this. Yeah, so is there anything else? Yeah, so much to do there. Build my knowledge. Receive the information that I will want to get. But is the infrastructure ready? Is that the ceiling that I finished today? Let's try to think about my life. Everything I have done, every future scenario. Would that be enough? Because the problem before today was that even if I wanted to schedule, I couldn't. It required the development. And I just didn't have that capability of visualizing or seeing the options. Writing it down wouldn't help. I would still want to do that in my head, and but now I can. Yes, it still requires a lot of effort. It's not perfect. I don't have everything there, but good enough. It's good enough. Anything bigger than that. I have my life goal. I can do decisions based on that, based on logic. Because until now, I have been doing what's easiest. What is at least what feels to align with my vision. But I haven't done the effective altruism concept, which is choose the choice that does the most good. I haven't compared. Now I can, which is huge, and there isn't really anything more than that in this area. So I can So with this tool now available, I can control fully how I spend my time. Now it's just about how well I'm able to output value by using IRAC. Yeah, I don't think there really is more than that. And as I said there, I don't need to. It's already inside the frame that I control. Just changing my brain to run it more efficiently. It's something that the natural CPU brain hasn't learned to do from my environment, what it can do. The brain is pretty powerful. It's also so dumb. Controlled by these feelings, trying to find the best life, the easiest one for me, choosing to be good. Oh, time flies. This controlling the time I use, so scheduling, that is the and realizing that yes, that's just the x-axis, then the vertical y-axis, that's the endless part, that and endlessly being more efficient, at least in my case, because I have the control over my thoughts pretty well. That was the second ascension that I have experienced. Not that special, but yes. Yes, Iraq. Focus will be there. And then, of course, in reality. It's interesting how my life is getting together to align with the vision that I created like a year and a half ago, when I didn't even have the ability to change myself. Or, okay, maybe I had changed myself enough to have the confidence that it's possible. But I had no idea how it would turn out. But yeah, the crazy part is that I'm still following the same vision. Have I even tried to change that? It feels so evident, self-evident, clear that of course it's this. Well, it is quite general. I want to do good, and even back then I knew that becoming social would be essential. It would be essential to work with people and help them, to help others, excite them to work, motivate them. This will need some getting used to, this whole thing. But yeah, great development. I wasn't able to do this, so I'm just gonna get it away from the stream. Title: Improving Productivity. A lot of yapping. Save. How long has this gone? 6.5 hours. Yeah, that's me. That's what I do. Long streams. I will do this tomorrow. Improve productivity. I don't really care about documenting that further. Terminal, AI pub, cd. Really? It automatically goes there. What? Huh? It's interesting. How many files did I change? Vision, to do, self-development. I guess, yeah, I deleted some. Okay, that's fine. And stream 43.